Good evening and happy Wednesday. I got something a little bit different today. Good evening and happy. So, as most of you know, unless you live cut off from um, communication, which I don't understand if you're here if you are, but unless you're cut off from communication, you know the World Cup has been going on. I don't follow the World Cup. I don't follow soccer. I don't follow sports. I'm not interested. But Lego released several cool sets for the World Cup, and I wanted to do one of them because because this is unique. I will show you the box in a moment. Actually, let's just cut right to the box now. So this is the Lego soccer ball, one of several sets that they've released to commemorate the World Cup this year. They've also did a $200 version of the a $200 replica of the World Cup trophy. They did several player statues, I think. Yeah, so they've done a lot for the World Cup this year. But I just wanted to do the soccer ball because even though I don't follow sports, I don't know who the teams are. I don't know anyone's names. I don't know who anyone is. I don't know any of that. I don't follow any of that. But soccer is still my favorite of the sports. If you were to lock me in a room and say I can't come out until I watch a whole sporting event, I would probably pick soccer. So here's the Lego soccer ball. And this is a big set. So we'll be here for a few hours together tonight. And this is how we're celebrating the World Cup. I wanted to do this on the World Cup opening day 2 weeks ago. But as it turned out, this past month has been busier than usual, busier than anticipated, and I just couldn't fit this in until now. So World Cup Wednesday, that's what we're doing, and we're going to build the soccer ball. Actually, this is different enough from my normal Lego fare that I guess I can also call this Wacky Wednesday. Many years ago, when I followed the Pokemon Break channels, there was one guy who used to do something called Wacky Wednesday, where on Wednesdays, instead of the current run sets, he would do an old set, or he'd do a couple packs of some random dead game that nobody heard of. Wacky Wednesday was always a thing. And this is kind of compared with some of the other Lego we do here, this is kind of a wacky theme. Because you'll never see soccer on this channel again. Tonight's a one-off. So there's the front of the box, and I'll turn it around. And this ball's big special trick is you can open it to reveal a miniature stadium inside. I anticipate there being a lot of Technic involved with this build, just because of the shaping and the play feature. Technic means when Technic happens, I tend to stop talking and focus on the build, because Technic mistakes are worse and harder to fix than system mistakes. So there's the soccer ball, but before we actually get into the soccer ball, I'm going to do tonight's bonus build first, and that's this little display of the U.S. team jersey. So just a small little set here, Team USA. Not much to it. We'll be able to get through this one pretty quickly, and then we'll go straight into the ball. As you can see from the back, the set is customizable. There's two versions of the jersey, and there's a figure for each of them. There's this red and white version, and then there's that blue version. And this picture shows, you can swap the numbers on the jersey. I'm going to make the tiles for my number. I'm not going to sticker the tiles for the unused numbers during stream, but I am going to make them all off after stream. I want the set to be ready for number swapping for my use later. So after stream, I'll go back and make all the other tiles. But on stream, we're only going to make the number that I'm going to use. A number that I will reveal when we get there. And you'll see from this picture over here, there's a, you can choose to make your two soccer players, boys or girls. What I've decided to do is we're going to use the boy parts for the red and white player, who matches the one in the frame, and then for the girl player we'll use, for the blue player we'll use the girl parts. So that's how we're going to do the customization aspects of the jersey set. Let's go ahead and, oh, there's push tabs on this one. I do have the 2 tables set up going here, just because the soccer ball is a big piece count. But for the for the jersey, this 1 table will suffice. So we'll just leave the soccer ball over here on screen as a preview. So one more look at the front of the box, and one more quick look at the back of the box, and let's go ahead and put our little jersey display together so that we can get to the main event here. So we have 2 numbered bags and the instructions. There's the instruction book. You know the drill by now. We'll go ahead and pull up our instructions in the corner there. Hold on, let me make sure I turned the audio on. Okay, we are good. There's the instructions. Here's the sticker sheet. You can see it's all numbers, enough numbers, so you can make any combination from 0 all the way up to 99. Like I said, we're only going to make the number I'm going to use. We're only going to use 2 of these stickers on stream. But I'm going to hold on to all the spare tiles and the sticker sheet. I have a baggie for all the spare bits here. And after stream, I'm going to go make all the other numbers. And we have these 4 little stars as well on the sticker sheet. So here's bag 1. Let's come over here to our instructions and get things started. So, part of this jersey display is having the 2 soccer players on the frame. We're not going to do that. What we're going to do is we're going to let them sit out and watch the soccer ball. Like we usually do. I don't think there's any figures in the soccer ball set itself. Let's get right into the assemblies here. So it looks like both our soccer players are going to be in the other bag. No separator in this one, but I do have a spare separator, but we are getting a separator in the other set, so I'm not going to worry about it at this time. All right. I do like when I can do Lego builds that are a little different from my normal fare. And we will be hitting some Star Wars next month and some Disney. Um, I got a build queue over there. Uh, so. We're making something stripy here, that's for sure. That's cool. Printed Team USA tile coming up on this page here. Let's make sure I line everything up correctly. So here is a stripy section with the Team USA logo on it. And this will go at the top of our assembly like that. Okay. Bag one's moving together pretty smoothly, which is good because we've got a big main event following this build. So normally side builds are a little bonus thing I do at the end, but because this is one big solid build here we have for the soccer ball, having this frame will at least give us something to look at whenever we take a break. Okay, now we have another one of these sectionals here to make stripes. What we're doing is we're building another part of the stripe border. And here we have a printed tile that says US Soccer on it. And this will go here on the bottom edge of our display here. And with that, we're already halfway done with our little jersey display. We just need to open up bag 2 and get the rest of it. So both our soccer players are in this pile here. Okay. So now we're putting on the star corners, and these are sticker assemblies here. Alright, so now I gotta put the stars on these. And these need to be as perfect as possible, because they're all going to be, all 4 of these are going to be visible together at the same time. So this bag, it looks like it'll be our 2 soccer players, all the number tiles, the other the two more sides of the stripe border, and the jersey itself. So this is what the corner stars look like. There's 4 of these, and now I just have to put them onto the display like this. Okay, we have our corner stars, and now we have a 2 times assembly for the side stripes. All right. There's one of our border stripe sections done. Let's finish up this other one. Okay. Everything is smoothly attached, and there is the border done with the stripes. And now we just got to fill in the jersey in the middle and make our 2 soccer players. Okay, there's, no. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Basically, we're blocking out the shape of the jersey now. There's the other corner plate. And then we need 2 of these. That star is oriented incorrectly. I thought something looked off to me. There, fixed it. Now it looks good, better. All right. So now we're getting into the printed pieces. One of the highlights of this set. Let's make sure I arrange them all in the correct positions. They should all match up if I do. Yep. The prints match up, which means I put those facing the right way. And now I have these up here. So if you're going to display it with a single digit number, you have these 2 1x1 tiles. Oh, it only gives you the 2 tiles. So you have to pick your number. So I'll set these 2 aside. We'll need both of these tiles because I'm doing a 2-digit number. So it turns out I can't make stickers for all the numbers right now anyway. I actually have to order a bunch of loose tiles if I want to have interchangeable numbers. I'm going to do it, but it's not a thing I need to do tonight, so I'll just keep the sticker sheet with the instructions until such time as I can secure the extra tiles. I don't need this baggie, which means I don't need that baggie at this time. We're going to go ahead and make the back of the frame, and then we'll put our 2 soccer players and our number together. So I see 2 legs, 2 torsos, but only 3 heads. That means at some point one of the heads must have gone on the floor. We will check the floor in a moment. But first I want to get this put together. So that's a little thing for a display stand for it. And also a little bit of the hanging piece there. Okay, let's find our missing minifigure head. It was right by my foot. So we'll make the and this is just the same instructions over again if you're doing. So this shows you which heads go with which hairs. So what we're actually going to do is I'm going to make all the heads, then pull off the heads, the two heads we're not going to use. So there's our girls soccer player in the blue jersey. Let's see if we can get a better focus here. There, that's a pretty good focus. You can see the subtle darker stars on the front of the jersey there. Very subtle star pattern there. Then we come down here and we'll do the boys. The boys get the jersey that matches the one that's actually on display here. So I have two extra severed heads with the hair pieces ready to swap in if I ever decide to switch these characters out. But here's my boy soccer player. He's the one who actually matches the display we're making. And he attaches on like this. And then I put these two tiles in and choose a number. Meanwhile, these two additional tiles and the heads I'm going to set aside. And how many number stickers are there? So I need to special order 17 of the tiles in order to make a swappable number set. But we're going to make player number 86. Because 86 is my birthday year. And I'll get 17 spare tiles and make the rest of these numbers off of stream. The 6 is crooked. The 8 came out pretty straight, but the 6 is definitely crooked. Let's try that again. Better. Still not Still not great. Better. So here is our soccer player display. And you know what I'm actually going to do? That's a good way to do the figures, I think. I'm gonna set the sticker sheet aside. I'll get the tiles I need to finish making those numbers later. And meanwhile, let's get this box open, and I can display the figures like this off to the side because I have the 2 tables set up. We can do it just like that, just like it's intended. Let's before I turn the instructions off, let's just see. Alright, so yeah, there it is. You can see all the stuff there. There's some nice printed parts in this set. So there is our jersey display. If you count the talk time at the beginning of stream, this only took us about a half hour to put together, which is good pacing because we have the big set to get into now. Yeah. The dark blue jersey is kind of lost against the black background there on camera, but we can display it like that. I think it's fine. Alright, I am going to set that off screen just for a quick moment here, though, so we can take a look. Here is the big box again. We are ready to get into the main build for today. Here it is. This is a big set by piece count, so we'll be together for a few hours doing this. And there's the back of the box showing the stadium inside. I already showed that at the beginning of stream, so let me cut the tape and get right into it. This is a bigger box, so there's tape instead of push tabs. Big boxes and promo sets. That's when you see the tape instead of the push tabs. And actually, this one has unusual box opening. It wasn't opening at the flap there. It looks like this one has tape that goes all the way around. Okay. All the bits of tape on this box have been cut, so now I can lift the top off. Oh, it's one of these boxes. We saw this before. I think on the Chinese festival set. Here's bag 1. Now what? Let me Google how many bags I'm supposed to see here. And that'll help me get organized here. Typing is a pain when I can't see what I'm doing. $11 bags. So yeah, it looks like this is a very Technic heavy set. Alright, so we know we go up to bag 11. So give me a few moments to get bags organized and in order. Okay, the bags have been ordered. We also have this paper packet at the bottom. We have bag 1 ready to go. And in the paper packet, we have the instruction book and stickers. We do have in bag 1, you can see the brick separator there. And let's go ahead and we can put this back up in the corner of our screen here. And we have $20 stickers, 16 of which are these identical crowd prints. 16 crowd stickers and 4 other stickers. So 20 across the piece count. Not a terrible sticker per part ratio. And of course the paper instructions. Let's set those aside and get right into the build here. We have our instructions on camera. And let me go ahead and actually move that over to get rid of some of that gray bar there. We can work like that, I think. Let's open bag 1 and get started. Yeah, I rather like having that little display sitting there in the corner like that. I think that would be a nice way to do the rest of the stream for our figure display. We've still got most of the room of both tables here, so we should be okay to do it like that. Alright. And we have our brick separator out and ready to go in case we need it. Sticker sheet is ready. Now this is one sticker sheet. We are going to use all the stickers. So it looks like our assembly will begin with the stadium part that goes inside the ball. Alright, let's go ahead and start building this up then. And actually, if we build the stadium first, then put it inside the ball at the end, that actually will give us something to look at during breaks as well. Actually, that might be a good way to plan the stream. Let's try to do the stadium, and then we'll do our break, and then we'll do the ball. If that is, in fact, how the instructions are splitting everything up here, which appears to be the case. So it looks like we're doing some foundational stuff for the stadium section right now. Interesting. That part has some movement on it. I wonder why this needs movement. Do we have a secret play feature in the stadium? Let's just keep going and see what secrets the soccer ball holds. Well, not secrets, but surprises. So this is a 2x build, so let me go ahead and do that little sub-assembly bit first. That way it's ready to go. Interesting. Okay. I'm not even going to try and guess what the build techniques are trying to do here. Clearly we're setting up some framework here. But the way these sit there, if you hit this paddle, those arms open up. I'm not sure if this is... I could do this all day. But if I do this all day, we'll never see how this plays into the stadium scene. So let's keep going. So we're doing structural bits right now for the stadium scene inside the ball, but I don't know what it's doing right now other than, you know, structural stuff. But we have these moving parts here that I'm not sure why they move, so there's probably a play feature that I'm not aware of, or this isn't a play set, it's a display set. So action feature, I guess, is the more appropriate term. Or not really appropriate, because in LEGO they're called play features, but accurate term, I guess. I don't know. Words can be hard sometimes. Okay, so hitting the paddle now with these plates in place locks its range to a much smaller range, but they still move. Yeah, but that's as far as they go with the plates. Interesting. So we're putting some green tiles around now, so this probably represents the middle of the field. Interesting. There's lots of these little clip pieces around the model. This must be how the stadium bowl attaches. Flicked out of my finger, but did not fall on the floor. That's what we call a nice save there. I put that clip in those clips in the wrong place, but it's an easy fix. There we go. Already fixed. Interesting. It goes on like that. And then it's time for bag 2. So, this is the beginnings of our stadium. It doesn't look like a stadium yet, obviously. Let's see how the rest of this progresses. Hey, there's some nice printed tiles in here. Oh, 2 of these snowflake pieces that we've seen a couple times on holiday sets. Interesting. So it says that plugs in like that. Is this meant to represent fireworks, maybe? Okay. So yeah, it looks like these ice crystal pieces are representing fireworks because we're putting multicolored bits on them. Okay, I need to create one more of those little bits here. Oh, there's lots of little micro people sitting in front of me. Must be some of the soccer players. Okay, so I put this one in here. Alright, so we're going to keep going now. So we have this section here with printed tiles. And this looks like a stage this looks like a stage arch of a decorated stage arch, like you'll see at some of the concerts and events. This go on these clips. Okay, so it looks like the action feature is just to move those fireworks a little bit. It doesn't really do much. Moving on. I don't think I'll be able to make it through the whole stadium. I kind of need to do a stretch. So I think after this bag, we've got the beginnings of our stadium scene going on. We may be only 2 bags in, but remember, we did the other build first. So by the time we finish this bag, we'll be about an hour and a half in. What I thought was 16 stickers might actually only be 8 stickers. But because they all need to line up, let me go ahead and put the tiles on, and then I will do the stickering. So actually, if it's only 8 stickers and not 16 stickers for the crowds, then there's only 12 total stickers for the set for an even better sticker per part ratio here. Yeah, there are 8 stickers, not 16. I just gotta make sure I line up my crowd sections so that they all look good next to each other. That's why I wanted to put all the tiles onto this little section first, and then put the stickers on. And that's half the crowd already on this block. Here we go. Big row of soccer fans there. Big cheering crowd for our soccer game here. And then we have the let me go ahead and put these stickers on. These are the big jumbo screens that you see in stadiums. So with that, that's half our sticker sheet already. Right here in bag 2. Here's what the big jumbo screens look like, showing two players. The goal player on the blue team attempting a shot, and the purple goalie. Looks like the purple goalie is missing the block there. But that's what the jumbo screen is showing in the stadium right now. Let me go ahead and put the other one together. Because there's two of these screen sections on this strip here. Actually, we may be able to finish the stadium if this bag, because I see some more plates, so if this bag is the rest of the stadium, then we'll just go ahead and finish the stadium then. So these go on the clips on the back here. And that's what our stadium looks like so far, with the first strip of fans back there behind the fireworks. And those two big screens on the back. And we have a 2x build for the rest of it here. So this is probably going to be the side sections of the So yeah, I think let's finish the stadium after all, and then take a break. Because it looks like we're getting close to the full stadium build. If this isn't it, the next bag certainly will be it, so... Let me go ahead and put these sections together, and then I will add those last 4 crowd stickers. So, stadium lights on these 2 sections of crowd here. But let's go ahead and get the crowd stickers on. So that's what this section looks like with the crowd and the stadium lights. Now I just got to put the stickers on the other piece, and then we are good to attach these. Only 2 stickers left on the sticker sheet, and we're only 2 bags into the 11 bag build. Only 2 more stickers tonight. Yay! And here's the other side of the crowd there. Same deal with the stadium lights on top. So now it actually looks like a micro build of a soccer stadium with the crowds added and the lights and the jumbo screens and all that. Obviously it's open on one side because this is a display model. So we're not going to close off the last side of the stadium, but that's where we are so far. It looks like we have one more assembly to do here. Interesting. So we have little micro soccer players on the field here. I'm trying to figure out what they're actually doing, but I guess that will become evident shortly. We're putting all the blue team members onto the stand here with one pink guy in the middle. So the pink guy is either the goalie or the coach, because clearly this is all the same team in some kind of celebration. Okay, so blue team just won the game, and the pink guy is either their goalie or their coach, because the goalie often wears a different color than the rest of the team. Most likely that's a goalie, I think. So here's the team. The post-victory blue team. And they go in the middle of the stadium here on these studs. Okay, so it doesn't actually stud in, I don't think. Yeah, that just lines up down here with the rest of this like this. And when you do the fireworks, they angle forward. So it is a loose platform. It just sits in there. It doesn't actually attach. But that's the team. That's the team's post-victory celebration. And then there's this trophy that goes on the stage in front of the players, like this. And bag 3 will start the ball itself. So we actually did finish the stadium here. So we do have some visual interest. Here is our stadium build. The blue team is having their post-victory celebration. And we can put that right there while I take a very quick break. And when we come back, it'll be time to start the ball itself. I'm liking this a little bit, something different for my Lego build today. I'm really enjoying this one so far. But I think the ball itself is Technic heavy, so we'll see. We'll see how that goes. We have 9 bags to build the ball itself. Alright, I'll be back in a few minutes. You guys should take a stretch too, because we'll be here for a few more hours tonight, so you guys should take a stretch too. Alright, quick audio check because I'm back from break. Alright, quick audio check. Okay, we are good to continue with bag 3. Sorry, break was a bit longer than I usually do. Never underestimate the importance of a good break during a long stream. Health should always be your first priority when streaming. Anyway, let's go right into bag 3. Bag 3 is where we start the ball itself. The main portion of tonight's stream. We only have 2 stickers left on our sticker sheet. I think they get used closer to the end, though. Okay, let us begin. So it looks like this, we're going to start with a lot of internal structural stuff. Actually, based on the pieces I see, this may not quite be the ball yet. This may just be the stand for the ball. Okay. A one-page 2x build. Okay, I need to build one more of those sections. Wow, okay. So yeah, the base is coming together pretty efficiently. I like efficiency. We're not into the fancy Technic work yet. But we will be soon. And then I'll really need to focus on what I'm doing. I'm not the best at Technic, and Technic mistakes are forever. Well, not forever, but they're a lot harder to fix than when you're working with regular Lego pieces. Alright. When I stop talking like this, that just means I'm focusing on the build. I find that I can build a little more efficiently when I'm not talking at the same time. Talking actually slows down my builds a little bit, believe it or not. So sometimes during long stretches, I will stop talking and focus on the build. Okay, again. So we're starting up the Technic bits. What we're probably doing now is the bits that allow the ball to connect to the base here. Okay. Okay, those are in now. Lots of Technic going on right now. When Technic happens, I generally stop talking so I can focus. I'm not the best at Technic, but you want to be extra careful when building when you're in a Technic section of the build. All right, so at the end of the first bag of the ball section, it really doesn't look like much yet. It's a nice it's a nice smooth base, and then a bunch of random looking Technic that doesn't really look like much yet. But every bag from here on out has some of the printed surface panels. So it looks like we're going to build up the ball from the bottom towards the top. Let's get these big pieces, set them aside. So we've got a whole bunch of these pieces, these printed surface pieces throughout the build here. I have a feeling that this is going to be a little bit of a repetitive build as we go on. But it would be cool to see the ball come together as we do it. So Okay. Okay, I have a 4 times assembly here. Let me build the 4 and then, well, it's right in front of me so I can put them on. Okay. We are at the 2-hour mark of stream exactly. If you count talk time and break. We've been building for a little over an hour and a half. So I think we're making pretty decent time right now, considering how big the set is. And the fact that we did the side build first. Interesting. All right. Wow, okay. Interesting. So we're building a chunk of something that doesn't look like it has any relation to being part of a ball, but we'll see. We'll see what this does and how this all comes together. We're using our first of the printed surface pieces now. And that'll go over this assembly we just made. So this is what that looks like. Basically a random cube of blocks with this nice surface piece on top. And now we just gotta line this up. Okay, so that slides onto the base like this. And we have our first bit of the ball surface. Nice, let's keep this going now. So it looks like we'll build another one of those sections in order to put on the surface piece for the other side here. So looks like we'll be doing more of the same for a bit. This one's doing things a little bit differently. I think it's the same pieces, just in different colors. So maybe it's color coding the different sections. Actually, this one really is doing something different. Okay. Okay, let's keep it going. Interesting. So this piece isn't doing symmetrical stuff. This might be part of the stadium reveal or attachment. since it's not symmetric with the other piece. I think we'll be seeing a few more of these repetitive blocks um, before we're done with the build. But as the different sections connect and support each other, we'll probably see some variances in the techniques as well. Okay. This one attaches to these on this side like this. And we have the first little bits of our ball on the stand. Looks like we'll be doing some Technic framing in this bag. And it looks like one more of those sections because we do have one more surface piece here. But it looks like this bag is mostly going to be framework stuff. lots of technique here, which means I need to slow down the talking and pay attention to what I'm doing for a while. Okay, what am I looking at here? Okay, so that hole goes on that yellow pin like this. And then this yellow pin like that. Okay. I need this to go into that piece, so I need it to line up correctly. There we go. So right now we're building up bits of the frame, the internal structure that will allow this to take a ball shape. Lots of tech going on here in this frame here. I hope I aligned that correctly. Interesting. Yeah, this bag is like mostly Technic so far, so I really need to focus. Interesting. And we gotta do that again. Okay, that's on. Now we do another assembly here. You know, let's put the stadium over here so that the build area can be focused on the build. So it looks like we're setting up another surface section now. So we're doing this bit again. All right. This does feel like a repetitive build at this point. I had a feeling that this set might... That's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just a little less entertaining for stream if you're just doing the same, what feels like the same section over and over again. Now this one's doing a little bit of something different though. And the first piece of the night to actually, not from a parts dump, opening a bag, but to actually yeet out of my fingers when I'm trying to put it on. Wow, that was not... I'll fix that in a moment. Let's get this part of the table back. Let's make a little more room for this part of the table here. So now we're going to do some more framework section. It's just Technic left in front of me right now. So this one goes here, right? And then they go onto those pins there. Technique can be difficult, and you want to make sure you take your time and get it correctly the first time. If you make a mistake with Technic, it can be very difficult to fix later. Okay, has this all attached? So this part goes on the forward, meets up with that. So this part goes into this pin here, and that's how that all matches up there. And of course the yellow pin up there in the corner. So if I can get these three bits aligned, we'll have this bit of the framework on. Did I miss a piece somewhere? I did, inside this assembly. There we go, fixed it. Now let's work on getting this section fixed up. So I've almost lined up to the yellow pin there. And if the yellow pin is lined up, then this black pin should also line up. And then this should connect with the hole on the other side. I'm almost connected up over here, I think. Okay, now I can connect this beam over here on this side. And we have a little bit more of the framework done there. Bag 6 is going to start with an 8 times build. Interesting. We also have one of these big surface pieces, but this one is unprinted. I'll just set that one aside. It looks like this bag is mostly going to be our 8 times build here. All right. There is an assembly there, so let me go ahead and build 8 of those. That way I can breeze through this page here. So let me go ahead and build 8 of those units, and then we'll finish up these assemblies. They can wait till after screen. Whoever's calling me. Okay, and 3 more of those. This is definitely a finger buster assembly. Okay, those bits are done, so let's start putting these sections together now. Okay, so this is what these sections are going to look like. I just need to finish assembling all of them. Excuse me, they're calling again. Give me a moment. Quick audio test. Quick audio test. All right, let's keep going. So it looks like this bag is just these assemblies and this one unprinted surface panel. See how much quicker it is with all these other these other assemblies pre-assembled. It's still repetitive because it isn't 8 times, but we're getting through it much quicker this way since we pre-built those. Two more. Okay, those bits are together. Now let's see how they attach. So they come off these axles that are embedded in the structure here. And I hope I orient these correctly. This one it shows being oriented. Blue side. Okay, so now we're putting these 4 bits, these 8 bits of shell where they're meant to go in the ball structure. These are some color blocking to go around the big surface panels. Let's make sure we're connected all the way in. Okay, that looks all connected correctly. Now let's get this big panel going. And this one fills in the gap over here on this side, like this. If I can line the pin up, push it through, and yeah, that brick aligns there with the plate, and boom. One side is beginning to look like a surfaced soccer ball now. We just have a little bit of surface going on right there. Cool. Okay. Bag 7. Bag 7 has 2 more of the printed surface pieces. So it looks like we'll be building some more of those repetitive structure cubes. Yeah, I can tell from this parts pile. We're gonna be doing some more of those repetitive structure cubes right here. Actually, no. This is something different. It's related but different. And it's a 2X. And it's a 2X, meaning this is another bag that will probably breeze by us, which is good because there are some repetitive parts on this build, as you know. It's interesting seeing the skeleton of the soccer ball, how this all works together to actually get the ball shape. Let's build both assemblies and then I'll attach them. Interesting. Actually, I can just attach them without picking the piece up, so I can do it efficiently. All right, where's that other little? There it is. All right, here we go. I have to do 8 of these now. Oh, I used the wrong piece for that. This is the piece I was supposed to use. There we go. Okay, 2 more of those, and then we'll be ready to turn the page. Not quite ready to turn the page. I just noticed there's another step here. a 4x on a 2x is an 8x. That's why this page took me so long. Plus I messed up and had to redo the first one. I did see that piece go on the floor. It's not a piece for the step, so let me finish the step and then I can get the piece from the floor. No, it went all the way to the back there. Okay, let's do the other side. This is some of the most unique build techniques I've worked with. I do appreciate this build, even if it is a bit repetitive. It's really cool seeing how they made the ball shape and how all these little bits of skeleton come together to make the ball shape. Ah, that one just slipped out of my fingers. But I see where it landed. And it's an easy recovery. I do rather like this blue, pink, and black print. These balls have a nice color scheme going on. So it looks like bag 8 is going to be more stuff to. Let me just make sure. Yeah, we're still working on these two sections here. So we're really going to have a 4X coming up in a bit. So we're just under the 3.5 hour mark of stream. With all of bag 8's repetition, that should take us clear up to the 4 hour mark of stream. Once these two segments get attached to the ball itself, I think that'll be a good time for our next break. Remember, we have to double everything for this next bag. So we need 4 of those. So yeah, let's make the 4 of those and then continue on with the attachments. as repetitive as some of this build is, it's still not close to the most repetitive Lego sets out there. I mean, some sets are legendary and notorious. There's one set I think that does an 18x section, multiple 18 times sections actually, and there's a few other sets that do weird, insane things like that. Okay, I need one more of those. Okay, we need one more of those red Technic pieces. There it is. Now let's get these bits attached. Okay, those bits are on. So this is a 2x, so it's really a 4x. All right, let's get right into it. Okay, I need one more. So 2x on a 4x is an 8x. Okay, we'll be on this page for a while. Sorry I'm not talking much tonight. This is a very technic heavy, repetitive build. I want to make sure I'm focused on getting things done correctly. I didn't realize. I mean, I guess I did a little bit, but the box doesn't really show you. When you look at the pictures, the product images, it doesn't really show you what it looks like on the inside. All the structural stuff. And I figured a ball would be a challenging shape to make. And here we are doing a lot of technique, a lot of repetition, more so than on an average set, which is okay because this is a unique set. And it's cool to have something different. But for me, there's a lot of finger buster sections that are repeated as well on this build. There's 5. I need 3 more. Okay, just need 1 more of those sections and we can actually start putting things together again. Alright, there's 8 of them. We can start putting them on these blocks now. Another 2 times build, okay. Which really means it's a 4 times build. 2 more of those. Okay, so now let me go ahead and build 4 of these, and then I'll attach them all. Okay, these go here. And then 1 more of those, then we can attach these to the other bits. Okay, let's keep going. That's same deal as before. Let's build the 4 of these and then go on. We're almost done with this parts pile. So if these bits are ready to be attached to the ball, then we're going to go into a little bit of a break. Because I need to stretch. Okay. Wow, it's 9:30. Oh, we only got 3 bags left after this one. All right. Well, this is the end of the parts pile. So hopefully this means that all these assemblies are ready to be attached. Okay. So we've got 2 of these big assemblies here to attach now. Let's see how we're doing this. So the red's on this joint here, which causes the blues to line up with the tans. Okay, I see how it goes. I think, yeah, everything's color coded. The tan bits line up with the tans, and the red bits line up with the red bits. Now I gotta do the same thing over here on the other side. Get the reds connected, and then I can connect the tans in. Okay, so I have these things sticking out the wrong side, apparently. The picture shows that all of these are on the bottoms right now. So let's correct everything. If I come around to this side, those bits are already lined up correctly. Okay. So that's what those black discs were for connecting up those sections. And we've got more of the ball surface going on now. Some more of the ball's framework is in place. And that's just showing again what we just did. Bag 9 is going to start with this bit raising up, but without anything to attach to it, I don't think it's going to keep its position. So we'll have to see how that works. But for now, we're taking a very quick break again. I'm back from break. Never underestimate the importance of a good break, a good stretching break during a long stream. Let me do a quick audio check and then we're going to get right into bag 9. Let me do a quick audio check. We are good to go. Let's get bag 9 open. Nine looks like some more framework and another surface section. We'll worry about lifting that thing up later on when we're actually doing an attachment there, because it's not going to stay up. Okay, so it shows everything pointing this way. So it shows the yellow pin doing something as well. The red pin is there. All right. The picture is not being very clear. So it definitely shows the red axle going through the top there. But then it also shows, I'm trying to figure out which hole. Okay, so it shows the yellow pin going into the, all right. So the yellow pin is aligned with those bits there. So the yellow pin is supposed to be aligned with this hole. And then but the things don't line up if I have everything in that position. Something's not right here. Oh, you know why? because this axle needs to be extended a little more. That's why it wasn't lining up. So the yellow does go on that hole, and the red does go on this hole. And then with the axle extended, everything should line up properly. Now we gotta find one more of the little axle spacers in this parts pile. We just passed the 4-hour mark of stream, so we are around my time estimates for my pre-stream time estimate for now is pretty much on. I'm not seeing, we can take one out of here. And now we're going to build another one of these sections that we've done so many times before. Yay! Okay, let's keep going. All right, there's the piece. We need one more of those bits. Okay. There. All right, let's keep going. You can see just how structurally complex the ball is inside. Okay, so this block is actually doing a little something a little different structurally. This is probably the one in the section that opens up for the stadium. let's keep going. Sorry, I'm losing steam a little bit. We've only got 2 bags to go, though. I should be able to power through. It's been a long day. Long couple days, actually. All right, so yeah, this is the part of the ball that opens, because it shows me attaching this to this Technic assembly going on up here. So yeah, this goes into here, and then everything else should fall into place exactly as it should. Everything is lining up. Press it all together. There's the click. And then we go into bag 10. So this whole section folds down like this. And then this surface section will be approximately here on the ball. So that's how it closes up. And then of course we got to put in some more of the surface around the ball. But to reveal the stadium, you flip that open, that section open like that. Cool, okay. And then, so that's approximately what that will look like when closed up. But we gotta fill in all the surface sections. Let's get right into bag 10. Bag 10, I do see some of these unprinted surface sections, the ones that go between the printed ones. Four of them in this bag. Let me get them out of the way because they're big and probably won't be used quite yet. Okay, well, we're using one of them right now. Looks like we're doing mostly structural stuff in this bag. I mean surface stuff. Yeah, because we've only got 2 bags left to close up the entire rest of the surface of this ball. I think we have all the printed parts of the surface though. That is a beautiful print. Oh, I forgot to put this piece in. Not sure why we have wheels with tires on the inside of the structure. Unless it helps with the opening and closing, maybe. Okay, so this one, it has it hanging off the back of this one here. Now we have a 4 times build. But it looks like one that we've seen before, so we should be able to breeze right through them. All right, let's keep going. Sorry, I really don't have much to talk about tonight. I've realized I've been silent for most of the stream, which is okay, because when you don't talk during Lego stream, it sort of almost becomes like an unofficial ASMR stream. And I know some people really enjoy that. But no, I am not an ASMR channel. I'm not into that. I don't do that. Not intentionally, at least. But Lego kind of does that effect, so maybe. There's less than 30 pages of instructions left. It's a bit hard to believe, given how much surface we still have yet to cover. There's probably a lot of multiplier sections remaining. Okay, these are ready to be attached. Okay, same deal as before. I'll make all the assemblies and then attach them. All right, let's get these on. these bits that we've seen before. I'm just trying to get through them quickly so we can get on to getting the rest of the shell of the ball put together here. And it looks like we can start putting these up on the ball. So yeah, I can already see. Now there's going to be another panel that goes there. So that's how it closes up. Let's keep going. And now we have a 3x assembly with these big surface panels here. Okay. Okay. Let's keep going. Sorry I got silent again. Just try and get through this little repetitive bit here. We have some more of the wheel rollers on these assemblies here. Again, I'm not sure what they're for. So I'm not sure why we have wheel rollers going on, unless these are also part of the shift. Yeah, these are part of the upper level, it looks like, so they are part of the shift. Okay then. Bag 11. So, when the top of the soccer ball is closed, that's what it looks like. And we have most of the shell in place with only 1, 2, 3, 4. There's still a few gaps there, but you can see with the top down, most of the shell's in place now. We still have some open areas we have to fill in this final bag here. Let's bring the top back up though, because the instructions say to have the top up right now. But we almost have a soccer ball. We just have one bag left to go here. Let's set these big panels aside till the instructions call for them. Oh, these aren't panels, not from... So we have 6 of the non-printed big surface dishes here. 6 of them to cover all the remaining gaps. We also have more of the... We'll also be building more of these blue and pink sections that go between the plates. We're going to start with a 2X. This is the final bag of the build here. So if this thing isn't, if the ball isn't fully surfaced up by the time we finish this parts pile, something's gone wrong. Okay, I need one more of those bits, then we can put them together. Okay, let me see, what connections are we pointing to here? These two. Are we still in alignment? Yes, we are. Okay. Okay, we have a 6 times. But that should get us through most of this parts pile. That'll fill in all the blue and pink between bits, then all we have to do is put these white surface bits on. And then I think we'll be put the stadium in and we'll be finished here. We're at the 5-hour mark of stream. I predicted, well, a little bit under 5 hours. By the time we do a 6 times build, though, we'll be past, most likely. I predicted about 6 hours for tonight. We'll be coming in probably about 5.5 by the time we finish all this repetition. They can wait till after stream. Even though it's quite repetitive, um, I am really enjoying the build techniques I see here. I've never seen anything quite like this set. I mean, I've seen a lot of. I mean, this is a pretty cool use for. This is a pretty cool design here. Now I have to build 6 of this unit. You know what? Because this finishes these pieces, I'm just going to, as I build each one, attach them. Pick up one of these and attach it. All right. This will be the third one of 6. Two more, and then we can get these onto the ball. Last one. And then we can move on to the next page finally. You can see there's very few parts left on my parts pile now. The ball's almost done. We made it through one of the most technically complex designs that I personally have done. I mean, I've done some things that were still more advanced than this, like the game board on the Pac-Man set. I did not do that. I did not stream that set, but that was a pretty technically complex build. Specifically, the board portion of that set, the screen. Okay, so where do these last few things fill in? All right, anywhere we have these. Okay, I'm going to start attaching these 6 segments to the model now. I think I want to, let's not, okay, last one to attach, and then I'll do a close check to make sure everything's lined up properly. And then we'll move on to the last little bits here, which are the big surface plates to fill in all these holes we got. There, that one's on. So now if I close the top, except those don't line up properly, which means they're not on proper. These bottom ones are not lined up properly. That's why they weren't going in. I didn't have them facing the right way, apparently. Yeah, if I face them the correct way, they go right on. So let me fix this one. And now if I close the top, everything lines up. I still have the 6 gaps to address, but all the blue and pink border bits are now done and lined up properly. This bit doesn't. Yeah. Now, where's the front? Where is it? Where does it? Where does the opening? I've lost sight of where it opens. There we go. All right. So the ball is almost done. Okay, and this shows closing it. Oh, it wants stickers on the ball before I put the last few pieces on. Okay. So we're supposed to put the last 2 stickers on this one here, and that's how we mark which section actually is gonna open. This is how I mark the panel where we know how to open this thing. Display only. Do not actually kick. Official size. Okay, so this is an authentically sized World Cup soccer ball, except there is a warning sticker that says, display only, do not kick. That's actually kind of funny. And then there's also there's a little angle pattern here showing that's where you're gonna open it. And it does say Lego football on it, not Lego soccer ball, because football is the international name of the sport. Let's see if I can get those two stickers on camera. So that's the panel we just stickered up. It actually does give a warning label, display only, do not actually kick. That's kind of funny that they need to put a warning label on here. Alright, so the stickers are on. And now we have one more 6x build. Which is just the 3 pieces. We just passed the 5-hour mark of stream. So I'm guessing by the time we put the stadium in and raid out, probably 5:10, 5:15. Not bad considering I estimated 6. So we have ultimately 12 of the non-printed panels. And is it 12? Yeah, we already used 5 of them. Well, we have 6 of the printed surface panels. And these are going to go in where all the gaps are. So all I have to do now is wherever there's a gap, press these in, plug it up. These will line up between the blue and pink border bits. One more gap on the bottom, and then I have 2 more upper gaps to plug up here. Oh, before I attach the last panel, empty sticker sheet. I always show off the empty sticker sheet. It's a tradition on this channel. Let's get this last gap, last unsurfaced gap right there where my finger is sticking through. Once I put this surface dish on and close it up, we will have a complete ball structure. And you can see now the inside no longer accepting light. The inside structure is all in shadow now. I can open up a little more and then there's a little bit of light gets in there. But you can see all the complex structure going on in there. And then I can take this bit carefully, set it down, and then with it closed up, I can make sure all these panels are lined up and meet in the right spaces, which they pretty much do. So here we have a completed soccer ball structure, but we still have to put the stadium inside. So let me open that back up. And let me just see. And this is an advertisement showing the big trophy set. What we're going to do is I'm actually going to turn the instructions off so I have a little bit more view space on the camera. Okay, Brett's on tonight. Composie's on too. But I think Composie's going to end stream soon because she's been on for a few hours. She doesn't usually stream more than 2 hours. And she was already on when during my first break. Not the second break, but the first break. So I guess we're going to Brett tonight. Yeah. Cool, okay. So let me figure out attaching the stadium here. But before I do, here's another look at the stadium build. You can see the blue team is having their post-victory celebration. There's a trophy, there's fireworks. I just gotta figure out how this fits inside. So the clips, okay, I see there's some clips in the back there. So that's why we had those tiles over the structure in the middle there. But I can't see the clips, so I can't see. Oh, it clipped right in. Okay, let me just make sure all of these are at the correct angles. And with the stadium in, it actually hides a lot of the structure inside. But you can still kind of see through a little bit. But that's what it looks like with the stadium inside the ball. Pretty cool look there. I like how that came out. And then of course I can take the top and it comes down over like that and we have a closed soccer ball. A beautiful patterned World Cup soccer ball. Let us open that up for our right out view. The stadium is somewhat in shadow. Not much I can do about that, but if I do it partially turned like that, you can even see some of the texture of the ball. And then we will set this brick separator aside and we can bring our little jersey display center. And I can type out our raid now. And I just realized my keyboard light is not coming on. Hold on. We've actually got a little space on the table right now. I can pull this out. So the keyboard works, but the light is not working. Interesting. Let me try resetting the keyboard. Yeah, just lit up. And I can actually somewhat comfortably type the RAID. We're going to raid Brett. He's a friend of the channel. This was fun doing something a little different. A little bit of sports on our Lego collection now. This was a fun build, actually. I know I was sounding a little sarcastic about the repetition and stuff earlier, but this actually turned out beautiful. Sometimes repetition can be a good thing when it leads to outcomes like this. I still think it's absolutely hilarious that they had to put on a sticker that says "Do not actually kick." I mean, you'd think people would be smart enough to know that. One more look at it with the one more look at the stadium with the lights hitting it. And one more look at the ball closed. And now we will reopen it for our RAID out view. Open or close for RAID out. The stadium's kind of hidden in shadow, and I did give you a close-up. I could RAID out like that once I'm done typing. So have a good night, and I will see you soon. And I will see you soon.
Hey, B, what's going on? Welcome, Raiders. How you doing? This is Bubsy 4D, the newest Bubsy entry from Atari. Welcome in. I'm wearing my my Atari finery tonight to